And good morning, the 25th of March, 0800 Central Standard Time. This is my virtual trading journal. The idea is that I can record what I'm seeing with the audio or the video, and then my audio will provide insight as to what I was thinking and some, other stuff. There's no, financial advice or trade advice or any other any life advice or love advice or any other kind of advice. It's my virtual trading journal that I share. When I'm talking to myself, basically. It prevents me from needing to, or it not prevents me, but it enables me not to have to change my focus to screen snapping or, writing and typing or whatever else in a journal, which is very important. So that's why I'm trying this experiment. It seems to be working fine. Make sure here that all is going well. The stream seems to be flowing down the hill, so that's good. All the times on my charts are Central Standard Time. The reason I stream this to YouTube is for transparency, accountability, and the fact that I can review it or review the streams on any device. So that seemed like a pretty good idea to me. And so let's get on to the numbers now. There's some crazy numbers out today. I mean, not crazy as far as earth-shattering but the times are weird. This building permits was at 7 o'clock this morning. Then we have these two numbers at SP Composites at 8. And 8:05, Bostic Williams starts speaking. Then we have the big numbers of the day basically are at 9 o'clock. So the times seem to be kind of goofy. And the 2-year note auction is at 12. So there you have it. For the pre-market, we've had London seems to be quite the place to be. I'm going to have to start getting up, I think. If you notice here, this was pretty much flat. We opened, inventory was more or less short all night. Here's our open. Here we traded, and London opens up, and kaboom, up she goes. Substantially up. So I don't know what's up with those guys. I mean, they like doing that, but it's kind of interesting, and I don't know exactly how to deal with that or get up or whatever to do. So this is the ES Renko. This, first of all, is charting packages, IRT. This is the Renko ES, the NQ Renko. This is my market profile, or my micro composite daily. What that's is real simple. That's the RTH session. These are daily bars. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. By doing so, it generates a micro composite VPOC, and these high and low volume nodes associated with this volume profile, these red and green lines are pushed automatically to bookmap, as are the session prices. And this is the market profile, where you see what happened yesterday. We gapped up and didn't even think about coming back, and basically have a P-shaped profile, which suggests buying or short covering. The fact that this is an outlier, an island top up here above the previous MC and not overlapping at all, I'll leave this alone and see how today comes before I start to draw a new volume profile. Micro composite, sorry. We've got 2.9 million open interest, was about 2.7 and then up to 2.8 yesterday. We're long 0.24% on the ES. Yeah, so that's where we are there. This is the book map, which is my more or less my execution platform. This is do something up here. No. This is my execution platform and kind of the order flow zoom in tool. And this is the micro composite column where I enter these various prices and levels manually from my micro composite chart on IRT. These are the high and low volume nodes. Now, because we're gapped up and are not around there anymore, they're way down here in the corn patch from the previous MC, but they push automatically and they look like this. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting at 1700 last night and will continue through 1600 today. And this is the full session, not the ETH. Important to note, or Globex if you want to call it that. I usually do. This is the RTH session, and I changed the restart setting to session. I want to see how that works from just the time. It'll reset at 8:30 this morning. This is the chart volume profile, which just plots what data you see on the chart. Not sure how handy that is or not. And this is a pretty important column to me. This is where I put in my notes. And the first thing I do every morning is change the title to the open type expected for the day. Okay, now, how does that determine? It's real simple. Where we are going to open today's RTH session as it compares to the previous RTH session close and the previous RTH session range. Well, we are, again, today, higher out of range so far. There's the previous high. There's the previous close. Here's where we're trading. That simple. These are I also input the statistics associated with these price levels based on the open type in this column. And I input migrating volume points of control throughout the day. I flag this every night before the ETH Open. This is the price at which the POC from yesterday's RTH auction closed out. And so this is by definition the naked volume point of control of the most recent auction, RTH auction. There's no mystery or magic about any of these price levels. I don't use indicators on Bookmap or IRT. There is a POC for both full session and RTH, and that's POC is nothing more than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. That's it. All the rest of the prices are self-explanatory. The IB high and low is an acronym from initial balance, the old market profile days. It's really just the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH session, and that's it. Then there is a Globex VWAP, an RTH VWAP, an RTH mid. That's all there is to it. And these different highlights here in the heat map reflect resting liquidity in the book, which is, if you've been trading for 5 minutes, is, kind of like Alice in Wonderland or over here. They can pull and stack and, evaporate. Doesn't mean they're going to trade through it. Doesn't mean it's a real order. It means they're up to something. So, but it's still good information to see, in my opinion. So let's look at the statistics story now. And that comes from this chart, this study. Yesterday, we opened higher out of range. IRT will highlight the proper open type after the RTH Open. As it turns out, yesterday was higher out of range, and today looks like it will be also. And so here we are. Real simple. This study looks back at 2,003 days. Of these 2,003 days, we opened higher out of range 515 of them, which is 25.7% of those days, of these 2,000 days. Of the higher out of range data, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 412 times of 515 for 80%. So we zoom back over here to the overnight volume point of control and we type in 80%. Poof, and that's, oops, and if you try to get it on the right line, that helps, I guess. And that's all there is to it. Then we have, let's see, the overnight high, which is 77.7. 777, good airplane. We have the, I'm just going down in order here. In higher out of range, it's a little bit different, or lower out of range, but typically higher in or lower in, it's generally the POC and then the overnight mid that are the most probability. So anyway, we have the overnight high, then we have the IB high, 65.6. We get back over here. That's right. Now remember, and I'm going to put this IBH so that I can see what that is after we open the RTH session, because remember the definition, this is the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH. So when we've opened at 8:30, this will start plotting in a different location, and I want to know where that was. The previous high is the next suspect on the list here, and that's 64.3. Now, this ought to tell you something. This ought to highlight the fact that these are just probabilities, and there are only two criteria. Obviously, if we're going to get to 777 up here, we are damn sure going to go past 64.3, right? So there you go. Overnight mid is next on the list, and that's 64.1. And I hope they don't turn around and come down within the range here. I'm going to be magnificently chapped that I have to change all these numbers around again. IB low is 57.9 and the previous close is 47.2. Okay. So let's see where the IB low went. Oh, it's way down in the corn patch here. It's under the previous low. So I'm not even gonna, and that's, miles away. I'm going to put in the previous close, which is a lower probability, but closer in reality, if that makes any sense. In other words, if this is the previous close, and it's only 47%, we got 80% here, and we got 64% there, okay, there's no way, that we're going to get to the overnight, the previous low, IB low first, because it's so far below us. And that's overnight low, what's that say? That's 34.2%. So anyway, that's it for me now. Because you never know if these monkeys are going to take us down here below this, and then it'll be a different opening. I'm going to leave it like that. The next order of business is being able to trade. And what you've got to do there is you have to do two things with Bookmap. the first thing, whether you use market or brackets or multi-brackets or depending on how you set it up, the first thing you got to do is turn on the trade control panel. Then you have to select how you're going to interact with the app by the chart, which means that the only place you can enter orders or manipulate them with your mouse is here in the active data column. You see how the mouse changes from a $sign to a pointer at this little line you can barely see? Well, this is the active data column, and you'll notice there's no volume bars or anything inside of it, just this. In my case, I only have the last price turned on. You can have, bid, ask, last, and whatever else over here, but I don't. Okay. Or you can have the dome, select the dome, which means you can only use your mouse to do order stuff here in the dome columns. Now I have my keyboard hotkeys activated, and I can use them to enter orders in any of these three, and both, of course, is double jeopardy. You get both chart and the dome. I can use my keyboard to enter or initiate trades in any configuration that's selected over here because it's not part of the mouse story. I'm trying to get up to speed with using the mouse because I think it's quicker, which would improve entries. But last week I misclicked in here, and the reason I had gotten away from it and only select the dome was because I misclicked over here and there was an order that I didn't intend to be there. It ended up costing me 18 ticks. Hate that. Unforced errors really irritate me. So the next thing I have to do, because I use multi-brackets, is I go like this and I select multi-brackets. Now, I use a risk-neutral trade and risk plan or management strategy. What it requires first is that you have an even number of contracts, whatever amount that is, 2, 4, 6, 8, whatever. This is a 2-lot risk-neutral package, so there's 2 contracts. Both contracts have the same stop. In my case, I've selected 12 ticks. You can work that out in your homework, what's most optimal for your trading entry types. Then you have the first take profit target, which is the risk neutral scale, is for the same amount of ticks as the stop in the positive direction, of course, and then for half of the package. What that means is that the minute this stop or this target is hit, the trade is risk neutral, and the worst you can do is scratch. If it's a 4-lot contract, for example, 4 contracts, 12 ticks, 2 contracts, 12 ticks, then I have 2 runners. Very simple. That's how that works. So the next thing I do is I confirm that the lot size is correct per my multi-bracket selection. You can also do your own brackets and, various settings down here without using the multi-bracket. But anyway, I like it a lot. I confirm that this is the right package size, that it's on the right selection type that I have to interact. And then I click this again. Because we've selected dome, it stays green, the padlock stays open, but I get the real estate back and I don't trade my P&L. So there is that. Setup. Okie dokie. Where am I in my little list over here? Okay, the next thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to do my TLab snap, which I do every day I do one with the numbers at 8 o'clock, at 6 in the morning, and I do one at 8:20. And the snap at 8:20 looks like this. The idea is to give those members over there that don't have the same kind of charting stuff pretty much every number you want to look at, right? So they can do whatever they need to do. And I'm going to download this data quickly, refresh it to make sure it's all correct. And I do this snap every day at 8:20 for the TLab. Now, what is the TLab? Well, it is a Bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. It was started and is maintained and led by a guy named Tom B., who's a professional trader. Been doing it for 46 years, very successfully, apparently, by just judging by his lifestyle. And he's not crazy. I mean, he does travel and take some trips, but he's not a nutcase with a Lambo and a, wrapped toilet or whatever the hell these internet people do. And he has real sound risk management and philosophies, and also about approaching trading as a business, not just a video game or whatever. So for those reasons, I resonate, his message resonates with me pretty well. And probably the thing that made me stick there the longest, and the first thing was, nothing is for sale. Now, how refreshing is that, huh? And I mean nothing. Bookmap doesn't even solicit you to subscribe, which is pretty phenomenal. So that's the main reason I stuck there for as long as I did in the beginning, and then realized that there was a bunch of nice people in there, and they're serious trading people. They're not a bunch of nutcases or, romper room kind of stuff. So that's another real good reason. There's guys in there like Rod and Lefty and Pete and Ned and a bunch of people who I don't, Lipsine and Vansel and Harry and, a bunch of guys, Finto, Furs. That are serious and doing very well, successful, serious traders that have a trading business that is a successful trading business. So there you go. That's why I do the TLab, and that's the snap I do, and it's been sent off dutifully. So there we go. And now we're back to the business at hand here. This was one hell of a 5 o'clock in the morning, and it just got ahead of me. And I don't just walk in here cold, asleep or from lunch or driving around or whatever the hell it is, and start slapping on trades. And I'm not saying that anybody can't do that, but I feel like I need to get up to speed first and get in the rhythm and all those things. I mean, if I'd have just walked in here this morning when I get up at a little before 6 and slapped on along, I'd be happy as a clam and done for the day. But I didn't. So that's the problem, or not a problem, but that's where we are at this moment. So I've talked about the TLab. Oh, by the way, you do have to join the Bookmap Discord server, and there's a link to that in the description here. And I don't recommend any of the other chat rooms in the Bookmap Discord area other than the Traders Lab, because I haven't been to them. I've only been to 2 others, and the second or third word out of the guy's mouth was, "This indicator is available on my website, and I'll only charge you $9." Or another one that really got me was, he only wants $975 a month for a year to mentor you, and he'll guarantee that you are a successful trader after a year. But the requirement to get the refund, if you're not, is that you have to have followed every one of his instructions explicitly. Well, I just immediately shut them both off. We'll never go back again. And that's why I only recommend the TLab. So there you go. So I use Bookmap IRT. I've got the stream trickling along up here, and it looks like it's doing an okay job. I'm also busy doing things in the morning besides, I'm getting our daughter up and going and making her breakfast and a school run and all that stuff. So I didn't participate in that, and typically I don't slap on something early in the morning. I've had not very good success lately. I used to play around with a TopStep X combine, which I got at some point. I started monkeying with TopStep back in 2013, 12 or 13. I took my first combine then, back when it was a two-step combine. You had to achieve your profit target twice. You had to follow the scaling plan on the second combine. There was no XFA. You never got any payout. The only time you had a hope of getting any money or being paid anything was after you'd passed both combines and had been accepted or approved or elevated or whatever you want to call it to a live funded account. This was a long time ago now. So when I hear people talk about these additional rules, it just makes me chuckle because they have no clue, how it used to be. They're the first outfit in the space. Mike Patax figured it out, and they're the first company that did it, as near as I know. Anyway, the point I was going to make was I grabbed a TopStep X account when he was making some big blurb about it coming out and how great it was going to be. I grabbed a combine, and it's $18 at that some special they had for a 50,000 K combine. So I used to play with it, and with my daughter and stuff like that. Lately, I've been experimenting or messing around with. I'll see what the market did and what I think's going to happen in the overnight, and then I'll just throw on a trade with a bracket order and go to bed. I've had a couple of wins and a couple losses. And now, lately, more losses than wins. And if I'm not careful, I'm going to blow it up. I mean, it's been months, So, anyway. So that's that. That's my experience with that. And it's what the TopStep X is a white labeled trading view charting setup, but it doesn't, it's very limited with regard to, look at us back, all the way back down to the kickoff there. That would have been a nice short. I was expecting him to sell that mess off, but we'll see. Anyway, it's a very stripped down trading view deal. I don't have trading view and I haven't used it, but I've seen screen snaps of it, and I know that it has a lot more functionality than TopStep X does at the moment. So hopefully they'll get that ironed out. And in the meantime, I will focus on Bookmap and IRT and see if we can't get some money made and get the business going here. Open the doors. I'm going to open here in about seconds or two. About 60 minutes or 60 seconds. I'm sorry. 1 minute. We'll see how my new settings go here with my session reset. Now, the session reset at RTH and chart volume profile should both reset simultaneously. If I figured it out right. And the minute son of a bitch, look at there. Oops, sorry about that, son of a gun. We got down below the RTH now. So it's going to be, darn it, it's going to be higher in range instead of higher, maybe. Oh, maybe not. Get there. Are they going to close it, get it up or get it down? Damn you, get out of there. Come on, get it up a tick. I don't want to have to change all these. Well, right on. There they go. They both reset right. That's correct. There's our first flag of the day. And that'll be looking like this. And why do I do these flags? Well, obviously this yellow brick road here, this yellow line continues to plot all day, but it will scroll off the left of the screen. So I try to have all the data that I think is important for trading right here in front of me on the hard right edge. Yeah. Here we go. So what's happening now? Let's see here. Well, I guess the next thing I'm going to do, I want to see how it interpreted the open type. Well, IRT is still working on higher out of range, so that's great. I don't have to change those. And the values aren't, earth shaking, right? The POC value is 79.8 in higher out of range, and it's 90 oh, well, that's 10 points. That is significant. These out of range on either end are more significant. So never mind what I was saying. Now what I will do is switch to the RTH session, and you do that like this. So both of them are just now, it's only plotting the RTH. So there's yesterday's RTH, and here we are so far this morning. I'll do the same down here. And save this bad boy. There we go. All right. What's happened now? And this could be a little chopperama, and very definitely be calm. Here's the IB high and the IB low. Remember the first hour? And this is why I put this down here with IB high, because that's where it was. And now, of course, we know that it's moved up here. So let's see where we are and what we've got going on here. I plot the MES also, and have the same setup for it here. Same as the other one, only this is the micro. Down here's the micro. I leave the NQ in the volume profile, as is the micro also, but the NQ I leave alone. And why I do that, because, come on, damn thing. I do that because, there we go. If you get in a real volatile market like we had last week, or I'm losing, taking a drawdown or whatever else, your first and foremost objective, responsibility, whatever you want to call it, job as a trader is to, preserve your account and manage risk. You can have the most phenomenal strategy, but if you blow up your account and you can't trade tomorrow, what the hell good is it? Right? So in that case, then, the only way you can reduce your, there's a couple ways you can reduce your risk, and that is the primary one is to size down, which enables you to widen out your stop parameter when you're in a real volatile environment. In order to maintain my risk neutral philosophy and trades system, I have to have an even number of lots. Well, if I'm trading a 2-lot, I can't size down anywhere. So the only thing I can do to size down and manage risk in that environment is to move down to the micro. That's why I plot it. Look at this. Now, I think somebody starts talking at 8:45. These numbers are all goofy today. 8:05, Williams started speaking. 9 o'clock, we have the biggies. That's consumer confidence, new home sales for month over month for Feb, and new home sales for February. So those are important. They're going to be the market movers for this morning. Look at this crap. What are these guys doing? Well, they're taking that money back from the overnight guys from London. Absolutely. And they're doing it with vengeance, it looks like. They get down here to the close. That would be interesting. That'll be a perfect wick test. Here we are at the Globex VWAP. Remember now, there's the POC. Ooh, where did we go here? There's a POC. There's they're both aligned at this moment, but this is the brighter yellow one is the RTH, and the more gray or muted yellow one is the full session. There's a Globex and an RTH VWAP, and there's a mid, which is only for the RTH. So it looks like the restart worked okie dokie. And what did they do here in the bigger picture? Well, they traded it right down to our consolidation yesterday, where we just a little above where we closed. Will they continue lower? How low can they go? We don't know. I'm going to step away and refill stuff here. I didn't get that done before the open. We've now had the full session VPOC migrate lower here. See the difference in color? I can't do that because of this, because of the, and you can only get the flags to fly on horizontal lines, I've noticed, which is kind of weird. See the darker or more muted yellow for the full session and the brighter yellow for the RTH. And they're migrating lower now. They're aligned. Comes the opera star cat. She's going to start serenading me. Try to convince me to go give her some food. I'm pretty sure of that. Panda. Well, no structured trade here that I know of. We're 10 minutes in and we've got numbers at the top of the hour. So I'm going to let discretion be the better part of valor and stand by for those numbers at 9. Oh, wait a minute. What am I doing here? I got to get my mice all figured out again. There's a couple of guys in the TLab which seem to be doing really good, really well, I should say. Burrs and Slaughterozzi, and there's a bunch of them in there. I don't know how many people are in there, to be honest with you. There's probably a way to tell that on looking at this thing, but I don't know how to do that. I'm not much of I don't ever go to social media stuff. And I would never have gone to Discord if it were not for these couple of rooms. I don't know. I hope I haven't been talking to a muted mic. What I was talking about was why I'm trying to get up to speed here with a mouse. Because typically I'm using the mouse and my other hand is just resting on the desk. I stand up, right? So all day. I don't have a chair in here even. So if I see a move like this and want to do anything fairly quickly, I've got to let go of the mouse, get my hands back to the keyboard, and, I'm assuming that it would be a lot quicker with a mouse. But then the reason I got away from it, as I said earlier in the pre-market, was unforced errors. Well, we just about got down to that close, which would have been the gap, the wick test. We did tag down to settlement. 2 handles below it is, or 2.5 handles below it is the previous close. And now we're just fussing around. I suppose just going to kill in time until the number. We've got some liquidity laying out here at 27s, and down there around the 12s. The problem with that is this bracketing algorithm here is an annoyance and never trades out. So I don't put very much weight on it, and that's who's tagging these up and down. Well, are we doing mean reversions? I don't think so. I'm going to do a wait and see reversion until this hour, 10 more minutes. Ten more minutes. Here we come to the close. And then we've got our big 80, we've got our big overnight volume point of control living down here. And they've taken back in a minute here, well, pretty close to right there. They took back that entire overnight. Or at least the London move. Not all of it. There was some up movement in London, but kind of within the range. 8 minutes. Well, they traded right down to that close and then turned her right around. Now, that could lend itself, by definition, to a mean reversion, right? So that's outside in. It's just a little bit, well, as I've said before, I'm certainly not going to monkey around with anything heading at this number. Okay, where are we now? Well, looky there. Coming back up to the open here. Get this number over with. Ugh. Some more. Here we are. Number time. I hope you're flat or definitely scaled by now if you're in one. It could be nothing too, but I don't think so. Not much so far. Much to do about nothing here so far. That's some other stuff that you couldn't be in trades around numbers and the scaling for the two different steps. And wow, there was a lot of different rules. Well, that was pretty benign. I guess if you were clever, you could have taken that short down to wherever the hell it is. But that's right out of the middle, right? This is a quintessential diddle in the middle right here. What are they going to do with it now? What is the number? I guess that's the next magical question here. Where do I have that? Do I have that open somewhere? I've got more trickiness going on here than you can shake a stick at. Yeah, so the 7 o'clock number for building permits was good. It was they were forecast was 1.456 and they got 1.459. The consumer confidence is down, is bad. It's a red number. Home sales is month over month, 1.8%, and it's also a loss from forecast at 682, and it came in at 676. Well, I guess I could shut up. I forgot I had it over here now. There you go. There are the numbers. We got the two. Next up is the 2-year bond auction at noon, and then some talking feds. Okay. Something doesn't look right. Oh yeah, overnight VWAP. Okay. This is something that I might want to clarify for you. This is the overnight VWAP, the ETH, not the Globex. This is the Globex VWAP, which corresponds with this Globex volume profile. And then, of course, the RTH. And now what are we doing here? Oh, I didn't realize I had that screen up. Well, that's static there that you were just looking at. Static Rod at the TLab is building. He's a programmer. I think I said that already. And he's built an app called Static, STATTICK. And it's now just a journal on steroids where you can upload your trades to it each day or whatever. And it, miraculously does a bunch of calculations and things like that. And in addition to that, there's a Discord. He has a Discord room where a few of us that are working with Static in the beta that I was fortunate enough to get involved in are. And that's, Two Lot Lefty and VWAP Jesus and some of those different guys, Vansel and Rod, of course. And that too, I was just reviewing that and had it on the screen. So once it's not beta and he says, yeah, push it out there or whatever, there'll be a link for it in the description here. But until such case, nothing I can do. I mean, it's certainly not my business to do that. And I won't. And here we are. What we were talking about is VWAP Jesus wondered if anybody had updated to the new book map, and it's apparently a resource pig and buggy and whatever else. I had answered him saying that no, I function on the if it ain't broke, don't fix it idea. And, maybe I'm missing out on some fantastic thing. I don't know, but you know what I mean? What you don't know can't hurt you, or any of those old things. And I don't even know what version I'm on, to be honest with you. I'm on 7.5.0 build 2. So what are we doing, boys and girls? Well, we are in what I refer to as making a big helping of resource soup. I mean, not resource, retail soup. Jesus. Retail soup. We're just trading her back and forth, which is perfectly normal for the markets. But, retail guys can't stay out. They can't sit on their hands. And if you're good at taking these outside in trades, which I tried to be, but didn't get this one because of the proximity to the report, well, then you're doing just fine. What is that? It's damn near 10 handles across there. So that's pretty good. And that's great. That is just great. All right, here we are. Okay, so I guess I can. revisit the IB, or initial balance statistic idea, because we're getting into that range at this point, and that's where my focus is going. The IB statistic is a old market, well-known, well understood for years from market profile. Again, the initial balance is the high and low of the first 1 hour, the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH period or session. Meaning that at 9:30, these stop moving, the hour's over, and they're fixed. So there's a statistic that says the IB high or the IB low will be exceeded by price in the balance at some point in the balance of the RTH session for that day. And that statistic is over 97% in all 4 open types. So it's pretty significant. In my view, it's a hard stat to trade because you don't know if it's the IB high or the IB low. You don't know if it's the first nanosecond after 9:30 or, before 1600. Obviously, there are associated statistics with it. The probability of both IB high and low being taken out, or a neutral day. And then the biggest statistic associated with it is that neither are taken out, because it's the difference of 100 minus 97 point, whichever one of the open types it is, right? So it's like 2%. Another way to use the statistic that, I think it was Murad that pointed it out, or FT71 pointed out, that he couldn't really ever trade the statistic as it is, but that if we've already taken the IB high, for example, and we trade down near the IB low, with a probability of both being exceeded somewhere around, well, let's see what it is. Let's not guess. Okay. So here is the statistic. IB high or IB low. 97.5, 97.9, 98, whatever that says, 98.3, all right? The IB both, IB high and IB low is right here, and that's only 25.8% in this open type. So if you've already taken out one or the other, and you trade up near the one that has not been exceeded yet, you have a relatively good place. You have a 25 point, in this case, 25.8% probability or level to lean on that you're not going to take that out and you're going to trade away from it, if you see the thinking. Even greater idea is if you have not taken either out and you're running out of the day, the day's, getting close to finished, and you want to, and you've not taken either IB high, well, that's a hell of a stat to lean on there, 2% or 1.5%. What is it? For both is 97.5, so 2.5% of the day of the time pretty much in any open type, you do not take either one. So that's the statistic about the IB. And there we are. We traded down here and did a wick test to the tick. And now we're having a bit of indecision up here at the doji level. Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's see what's going on here now. Only a 15. Can that be right? That doesn't look right. I'm looking at this other thing over here, and it's telling me there's only a 15 handle range. That can't be true. It's 12 to 29. Wow. Yeah, pretty close. That's kind of incredible. I thought it was a lot wider. And our profile is about perfect here. That's just about a perfect Gaussian distribution, right? Or Gaussian, however you pronounce it. And there's our high, and there's our low. 12, 29, 16, right? Or 17 handles. Remember now that we have not taken out, the IB statistic is not set until 9:30. How there is another statistic, I guess we have a few minutes here. Rod at the TLab and Static, who I mentioned, does a lot of statistic stuff because of his coding abilities. And he determined that there is a high 80s, I think 89 point something % probability that the high or low of the first 30 minutes is exceeded by the high or low in the second 30 minutes. And they call that statistic the IB30. And they call the old-fashioned one the IB60. So there you go. Now, did we do that? Yep. Okay, here was our IB low right here, right? There was our IB low. There's 9 o'clock. So this is the IB30 is set right here. And we exceeded it by not much, but we did. IB high, no. Well, we have quite a consolidation going on here now. Look at this. And that's not... You would imagine at this point in time that the IB high will be the statistic that's taken out, you know? We're above the previous high. So we're out of yesterday's range. Now, this would be called the bar trade. This is a breakout and retest. And I've been fairly successful with that trade before, but I'm a little bit apprehensive here at this without the IB being set. Now here we have another move down, right? So that would have been pretty annoying, huh? There's your stopped out securely without any question. So anybody that, made money on that is going, well, that's an outside in. That was a mean reversion trade back towards the VPOC, which is true. This taking this bar trade towards the high would be essentially a breakout. And now what's this going to be? Here's another breakout and retest, basically. That's it's a real subjective setup. 2 minutes till the IB sets. What have we got laying up here? We got a lot of liquidity at the overnight high. And that's still an IB 30 because it's not 930. Now it's an IB statistic. Okay, so that right there, that little nub right here and this little bit of trade satisfied the IB statistic, not the understood requirement for the IB continuation or failure, because it's not really a test. But I think I'm gonna go long. Been so long since I've entered a trade, I forgot what my keyboard were. I don't know. I'm really torn because I have had more success with mean reversion trading. However, this is a IB continuation outside of yesterday's range is a setup. This is where trading becomes interesting. There's two conflicting setups and reasons for both. That's why it's important to remember that it's a random environment. The outcome of the next setup is always, or trade is always 50-50. And there's nothing you can do about that. It's a fool's game to try to predict something. You can anticipate something with the rules that I try to articulate here about statistics and things like that. But to try to predict where this thing's going, that's stupid. I am glad that I didn't take the IB continuation. Now we're getting into an IB continuation probability setup here where we've tested low. Can we get lower? Looks like we are. Had I shorted up here, looking at the mean reversion, I'd be scaled. And I really don't see what the hell they're up to be honest with you. Other than they're making a big pot of retail soup. It's kind of annoying now because my trade preference is short. I seem to have noticed that the markets go down faster than they go up, more dramatically and things. I realize that short selling is not a long-term profitable idea because, go back and look at the market. What has it done? When I started trading, the NASDAQ and the Dow were under 1,000 in the ES. Well under 1,000. Now what are we doing? 58? So if you just went along, bought a contract and rolled it every period, you're worth $1 billion or something. The market typically goes, improves. And I don't know what to think about all this, but I'm pretty darn glad I didn't go long there. And I'm sort of disappointed that I didn't do the mean reversion because we're still, there we were, outside edge. We've got the open, previous low, there's the stats, and there's the VWAP, mid, and POC. So those are pretty likely suspects. So here's now we have been in a situation where am I? Where's my mouse? Sorry, Antonio. I keep thinking that I keep forgetting I can talk to you. I just noticed your chat. Sorry about that. And you're correct. This is a test back down to this consolidation. And back here we are to the IB high, and we still have that IB and that overnight high above us. You're exactly right. And now that I've fussed around and gotten myself in a situation, as you obviously know because you're here a lot every day. Thank you, by the way. I don't do breakouts because, in my opinion, that's a FOMO move for me. So there you have it. That was a real, I guess, a missed opportunity right here, huh? So there's a consolidation breakout back up. This thing bothers me. This is also bothering me. I don't know what's going on up here, but. Yeah, it makes me want to hit into this and take it higher, but that would be violating my don't do breakout thing, and then I'm going to stand here with egg on my face while it goes up and takes out that overnight high. I'm consolidating these screens, the stream, and so I can make sure that's still running. And I'm going to pull the OBS, I think, across to my upper screen tier here on my primary monitor stack, which is right in front of me. My two trading screens are these bottom two, and then there's two more above them. OBS has been living over here on a vertical monitor on my left stand-up desk forever. So I'm just, a habit, a creature of habit. One of Rod's setups is that IB continuation is valid if we're outside of the previous day's range, and we are, and here we go to that overnight high. So good call. Be scaled now, so that's, unless you were real clever and got in down here. Got some stuff up above us, but I think it's that flipping bracketing algo. Oh, that sucks. Yeah. That is really sucks. Sorry to hear that. At that 26 half area? Yeah, exactly. Once you put them on, it's just stand back and look out. Absolutely. Yep. And there we go. There is your target. And very, very wisely done. I don't know what's going on in static, but yeah. And we're zooming into a super low volume area here, or low volume node, or whatever the hell it is right here, in this overall big picture. Not so over here. And you know what's so funny about this is, if you had one trade a day for, let's call it a 2 lot, 20 ticks or 24 ticks, whatever. If you use my risk neutral setup, that's a good living. Isn't it amazing how your, or I should say, how my emotional shit and my baggage comes along, and how that seems to be such a daunting task. That's like saying, boy, I hope I remember to breathe. I mean, it ought to be so easy, and to a lot of people it apparently is. I don't know what's happened to me lately. Well, I do know part of it, but it's got nothing to do with trading, but on the other side of life. But yeah, I'm really thinking that I'm going to drop down to micros and just start trading the hell out of things. It is truly, truly astounding. That is about as normal a Gaussian distribution as you want to see, except there's not much. See if we can see it over here. There's not a lot of excess on the top or the bottom, so that the auction hasn't maybe completed properly, I think is the term. And we've taken out the IB high, so the stat's been satisfied over here. And they look like they're still poking higher. What else is coming up here? Well, we got a talking Fed or something, don't we? Whoops, wrong one. Let's get that wrong. There we go. Yeah. We got the 2-year note auction at 12, and then talking Feds down the road. Okay. Actually, I think I have the live investing.com over here. Yeah, I do. There's the live one. Yep. And now where am I? There we go. Well, is this the mean reversion? And we're only 4 handles away from that IB, so that isn't exactly a monumental IB continuation. Unless the tanker, decides to go a different direction. Yeah, exactly, and keep you out of the market. Yeah, I'm very definitely thinking I'm going to move to the micros myself to get over this whatever the hell is wrong with me. Not having a drawdown, but just not trading at all. I guess that's worse, isn't it? I guess I could. Nah, that's what I'll do. I'll make a website, 100% win rate. No drawdown, no losses, 0 losses. There you go. Because you didn't take any trades. Ridiculous. Yeah. I could just figure out how to be an internet wizard and get paid, by about 10,000 people. That'd be pretty great, wouldn't it? Those guys, I don't really admire them as people, but I certainly think that, it's a great, must be nice. Get online and talk like I do now, and they don't ever do it for all day. Certainly, there's just an hour or two, and make money, make good money. I guess I don't really know the ins and outs of what YouTube pays and all that kind of stuff, but I understand they do. The runner is, when I was trading the 4 lots, I really liked that a lot. I had it set up the way I've shown it in the pre-market, and that was great. And then you can keep that runner going and just trail up behind the swing lows, or in the case of a long, or swing highs in the case of a short. There you go. Yesterday, Rod was in his trade for like 5 hours, off the lows somewhere, and he got his scales and just sat and waited until got all the way up to the the MCVPOC and the naked volume point of control. I, didn't pry into how many ticks it was or figured out, but he held all the way across it to here and here. Took it off somewhere just before the MCVPOC around 20. That's the way to do it, absolutely. Minimize your amount of trades and get scaled and just manage that runner or those runners. But yeah, absolutely. I agree with you completely, Antonio. That's the secret. And I think he had posted that in the TLab. I didn't look, but he mentioned something about, that wasn't on the post in the TLab or whatever else. So I'm sure it was there. And you cannot argue with the fact that context is up so far today. So the short would not be prudent. And of course, the minute I say that, it drops back a scale and then some. Yeah, I agree with you. Rod's a good guy. I had an opportunity to talk with him on on the Discord when I got onboarded when he onboarded me to Static long ago. We had a chat in the evening on live voice between each other. Seems like a real nice guy. I think he's in Pittsburgh or somewhere like that. Yeah, seems like a real great guy. Admirable fella. Got some admirable skills too. These little small distributions here are give me pause, right? When we have these low volume areas, like, because you're essentially doing a little bit of a micro distribution here. So if you want to, squint your eyes, you can pretend that's a mean reversion, and it is actually, but not anything that would pay out. Well, I guess you could have called that some exhaustion below that IB high to reconfirm more of this continuation. You got 88 out down here, and then you come down to 3. And now, if you're really quick, you got scaled. But that's pretty quick. I mean, if you look at today's candle, that says a lot right there, right? Not much. Except lately what we've been doing, I'm sure you've noticed, is that we start out with one type of a move and then end up converting it, like down here started out with a short covering and ended up long liquidation, so I don't know. Of course, this was all back in the rollover days. I'm glad that's done. Going to get kind of annoying if they just keep rotating around here all day. Right at the highs, context is up. IB high is a stat taken. All that stuff. Anybody's got any brilliant words of wisdom over here and somewhere else? Nope. Nobody's saying anything. These ledges like this have always puzzled me. I've never known which way to try to trade them. I remember Pete Davies did a deal once long ago with Jigsaw about ledges. His thinking was that it was a real line in the sand for support because of nobody was interested down here. If I remember right, it's been years since I heard that. And who knows what he knows, who knows what he's an expert or not. But I'm always troubled by those or I don't know, gives me pause because I never know which way to jump. Now we got a VPOC migration up here and I didn't even notice that coming. Not good, huh? Should have been watching for that. Well, there's VPOC migration. Let's see how that trade works out. It should be a trade in the right direction. Let's see. I'm about ready to just take it mechanically, but I'd like to see it go back down under here, 1 or 2 ticks. I'm so tired of standing around here and getting bored and yawning and drinking tea and petting the cat. Whatever else, it's ridiculous. Let's go with this. This consolidation is not good, I think. Now let's see what the hell happens. I'm tired of standing here.
Order submitted. Order
okay,
submitted.
I even forgot. It's been so long since I put a trade on, I forgot my hotkeys. Well, now it's in God's hands, or whoever you choose to think is in charge of that stuff. If we do a price check at all three, I'm going to be screwed, blued, and tattooed, eh? And now's, of course, now's the test that I wanted to get long on, and I just got ahead of myself. What are we doing time-wise here? Oh, we got some pretty big wicks up at the top there. That's not good. So yeah. Got a lot of levels right up there. You'd think it'd get going here, wouldn't you? I'm just bored, and I'll actually note that in the journal. I don't think I'll put this as an error because I very consciously took it, but the VPOC migration, as I've said day after day every day, is like one of my lowest expectancy setups. And this doesn't look like it's a hell of a lot better. I was looking at a no, it's not what I was thinking about. The longer these things play around like this, the more I mistrust them. If you know what I mean. Let's get some buyers going on here. Where's Tom B and some of the crowd? Let's get them all thrown in there. Jump over on TwitX or whatever that moron calls it now. And do something here. Let's get something going. And that's kind of a big ledge on the top there too, so that's not very exciting. I'd like to just get a scale off at least. That would be kind of nice. I got to do at least one trade a day, and that's why I'm thinking I'll drop down to the micros because this is going to really chap my ass here, but if it gets stopped out, but I got to get over this trade story. And I don't move my stops, so, there you are. And there is the stop out to the tick, of course. Yeah, this is just not going. I'm going backwards instead of forward here. Probably down around here they'll bring it, where I think you got stopped out. if I'm not mistaken. I hate starting the day on the back foot. I think tonight I'll get all of this micro stuff set up and change this around. Look at this shit. Where am I here? What time are we at? We're at 10:14. Well, once again, the VPOC migration is not my friend. By golly. See if I can do all of this right here. Get my screen snap for the journal figured out here. And now they're going to go again, you know? Well, that is a real classic example of poor trade placement right here. Not waiting for the tests. Had I waited anywhere along here, stop would be down here. That's the problem. So in effect, that was a bit of FOMO, I guess, or boredom or whatever else. I'm going the wrong way. I was within about a point of, or a trade of being over that threshold, my milestone, and now I'm going the other direction. And that mouse error the other day certainly didn't help my attitude or confidence or anything else. I do think that's a better idea, though. That would have been a spot to, yeah, we'll see. So we came under the ledge to the IB high once again. The VPOC migration trade is just, I think I'm going to swear off ever taking one of them again. I can't remember the last time one worked. And when I do practice trading at night on some random data set from back months ago, you know, I can hit that thing every time. It's amazing. I don't know how it works or something. I guess it may be bad karma. I don't know. Bad something, bad juju. Bad something. And Rod's talking about, I see something on the TLab, which I don't look at a lot anymore, up around 10, 11 a.m. Rod's talking about VPOC migration after the IB 30 or 60 or something, I don't know. Just reading it, I just happened to see him. Oh, actually, no, it's not Rod's post. It's somebody else. Who's that? VWAP Jesus or somebody? Some black circle, I don't know. Anyway, look at the post around 10, 11. It's somebody copied Rob's post and flipped it down there. You're exactly right, Antonio. Yeah, it's obviously you can't miss the freaking yellow brick road going around somewhere, but the context and most importantly after that, the trigger. Absolutely. Me too. As you just see, first trade in like 10 days or something like that, just trying to break the thing. And it would have been nice if the great trading God would have just given me one. But I should have known better, and I will not take another one of those again. If I do, you can blow up. You send me a computer virus or something. What am I doing here? Have I got the right screen? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's just annoying as hell. And now we're down to doing something around the IB. There is Rod has talked about some stat he's got or another with when the VPOC is outside of the IB and I don't know what all. The thing about all of these stats, and I'm sure, Rod makes a lot of money and I'm certainly not arguing with him, but you got to be real careful about the look back period, as I've talked about in here before. General consensus is if you're only looking back a few months or maybe a year, it's essentially worthless. I don't want to believe that, and I'm going to use the statistics because that's all I've got so far. But I can understand the concept with the, random distribution of outcomes could really skew what you thought you were doing. But I don't know a way around it, actually. So just, I think the way around it is to size down and, do like you have done, and I'm going to do here in a minute if I don't get something back together, is to drop down to micros and just trade more. Now, I'm going to be real gun shy taking a trade now because I've had that loss and I don't want to have two, you know what I mean? Money wise or P&L wise. So that's a problem. Absolutely a problem. And that distribution's blowing up. It's not nearly as fancy and pretty as it was. They're putting in this second thing above. And if they continue to build it, that'll start turning into a P-shaped profile, right? We did have this beautifully balanced distribution, essentially, and now we've got this mess going on up here. So it's getting toothy and weird again. And then now they'll take it up past the IB high and go ripping and snorting out the top, I suppose, and take out, give me both of my targets. But I'm not going to take this trade again. Because what is it? It isn't anything that I can see. I don't know of any kind of a setup to do with the IB high after a million times. I guess it could be considered an IB continuation still. This one was, but not much, right? This is only 4 points. So that's not much meat on the bone. And this certainly was a mistake. And another thing about about stops like that is how simple would it be to have shorted? My favorite thing to do. That's the part that's so funny about that one trade per day idea. I've often thought if I just, set my keys up backwards or so that my hotkeys, so that when I click what I think is a buy, it turns into a sell, you know what I mean? Something random like that. I swear sometimes I think that would work. Do you mean here? Around 30 or 29 half-ish, this low volume node here. That's one of the things in the TLab, and I've actually asked this question a bunch of different times. High and low volume node from where? From the micro composite? From the current day? You know, that's always been my question. I've talked about it at Static too. It's like, because they're always talking about low volume node, especially two-lot lefty and those guys. But in my opinion, this is a low volume node, okay? And in today's trade, but it is not a low volume node. Well, there's actually no micro composite here, so it would have to be today, right? Come to think about it. So yeah, you're right. 29 half-ish, 30-ish, exactly. And there's a scale. I hope you got one, you know. It's even more ridiculous when you stop and think about it. If you just traded 1-to-1, you know, a 3-point scale with 2 contracts is $300. You know what I mean? There's your day. You know, there's $1,500 a week. 75 grand a year, I guess. Pretty good. Not like a career salary, I guess, but, you know, still pretty good. Could certainly get by with that, I would think. All right, good luck. I didn't know there was an IB to VPOC, but yeah, I mean, there is now, right? Good luck. Yeah, I should have done that. I should have waited exactly. This was a real poor timing and real poor FOMO on my part, I guess, or whatever you call it. Impatience. I did actually think we were going to roll up there and take that out, at least to the stop, or at least to the scale. Coming into that stupid time of day, too. Well, somebody in Finto at Static, whatever that is, he got in also at 30, and his scale is 33, just ahead of the VPOC, and then runners above and stop at 27.5, according to the screen snap. Says it's his last trade of the day. So how many has he made? Some of these guys' screens are so confusing, I can't really figure out what they did or something. Oh, there we go. So he's got his entry at 18, at about 14, then a scale, then his target. So he's doing good. Good for him. Or her. Well, I guess Finto's a guy. I don't know. Yeah, Finto would be, and not Finta. Okay. Never mind. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's got a lot of momentum, does it? Right now, the daily is just a frickin' doji. Oh, sorry, man. That sucks. Believe me, I know. Well, now we're coming down to the, well, excuse me. Now we're coming down to the VPOC extravaganza. VWAP, I'm sorry. VWAP mid VPOC. But I'm beginning to think that this is just up might be over. At what point do you decide that up is over? You know, that's the big one. Obviously, this is going to be VWAP mid to VPOC setup, but and then somebody else is going to say, oh, yeah, but we're going to price check down here at aisle 3 or whatever else, you know. And that's the thing about all these structured trades or setups is there's a million different ways to look at them. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying that's my view. Yeah, it is. It's a random outcome. Just, yeah. Don't forget now, they can get this VPOC to migrate down here, and there's just a few hundred contracts. It's only sitting at 6,800 right now. So they've only got to get 600 and change to bring it down to the 27.5 area, which is always something that I am real acute about when I'm thinking about these VWAP, VPAC, I mean mid and VWAP, VPOC trade. Yeah. And obviously, as you well know, at some point in the day, the tanker turns and down is the context. But so far, it's been all up. And, we're working off a gap up from yesterday and a bunch of stuff that would suggest higher. I guess maybe our timing just sucks. Maybe. $200 contracts and down she comes. 221 to be exact. There it is. Right back to where it was at one point before, right? Yeah, so now what are you going to do? Go to take a nap? I mean, really. I've even tried trading these backwards, because I would be stopped out all the time on the VPOC migration, the way you would it's supposed to go, like in this case, down. And I thought, okay, well, let's see if we can get a scale going up. In other words, towards, price check at aisle 3, or just to test up into the area somewhere, and that didn't work either, or hasn't. Granted, I didn't do that in the real live market, but when you're trading a bookmap, replay, and I figured back somewhere that months ago, I can't remember what happened yesterday, let alone months ago. I think it's pretty valid. And now, of course, the VPOC migration south, and the damn thing will fall out of bed and go down and test the lows. Or something similar. Yeah. I think for me, I don't know about anybody else, certainly not speaking for anybody else listening here, or Antonio, I know you are. I'm just going to completely forget about these VPOC migration trades, because it's just nothing but wrong as far as I'm concerned. At least, and that's the whole thing, focus on one setup that you have properly vetted and that works. Now, mine has been, to be honest, the mean reversion has been one of the highest expectations, and the IBs, and one of the lowest is the VPOC migration. And I have not done well with the not very well with the VWAP VWAP to VPOC either. There's a lot, Rod or some different people have had, well, it's got to be outside of the IB high, and once it's, if it's IB continuation, if it's traded 10 handles away from the IB and returned or something like that. I don't know. Seemed like a lot of stuff that I wonder how anybody could vet that. That's the part that worries me when people start talking about all their, structured trades and vetted setups. And I've asked point blank more than once, oh, can you share your data? And I do that because I don't believe them. I mean, I know how tough it is to make sure that you have the exact same context, setup, criteria, and trigger, right? And I know there's no damn way that they've got any kind of statistically significant data set with all those things being equal. Or if they do, I wish somebody would show me how the hell to do it. Because that's what I believe you need. Well, I don't believe that. That's what I know you need from a statistics point of view. So I continue to soldier on here, but I'm getting near the end of my rope, I tell you. I'm approaching the bitter end. Well, we'll see if this guy, 27, well, he should be stopped out. And I don't think 11:15. Excuse me. So according to this, Finto should be stopped out with no scales. That's too bad. According to his posting. He got in at 30 looks like about 10:20 maybe, or 10, I don't know, 16, 17. So somewhere in here. Right in here, I guess, because just looking at these, trying to figure out how he's got it worked out. Did not get to scale, unless he moved his scale, because his scale is 33.5 up here. And then his stop was 27.5. Right here. Too bad. Man, I forgot I could do this. There's his entry. There's his scale. And here's his stop. And I'm guessing the time to be about what I'm talking about. Bummer. Too bad. And there we go. Too many buttons around here. Is the audio and all of those things okay on your end, Antonio? Yeah, you're right about yeah, Tom and Rod, and I'm not, yeah, and I believe them. You know what I mean? Because I think, well, Tom he's probably not really vetted his setups, or you know what I mean, but he's done it for so long that he knows which ones work, I guess. Maybe he did long ago. I believe that Rod has because of his Python and coding ability. But there's a lot of them that I don't know about. I wish we could get something organized where we could do it and then share the results. That would be super, you know. Why would it be a big secret? Oh, thanks a lot. I appreciate it for the sound check there. If you know what I mean, you know. As far as a collaboration. So it's like a trade room. It's like a real prop room, or, you know, company, or a trading desk, or whatever. It is absolutely shared knowledge and communication and all of those kind of things. It's not this rogue, rogue trader idea. I can't really show this, I don't think. Yeah. Now this crap's going to settle in, and it's 11 o'clock, or coming up on 11 o'clock, and then the lunch hour, and then, and I bet you money, I don't know, I won't bet you anything, but I will anticipate, there you go, how's that sound? I will anticipate that we're going to test lows. Maybe not take out the IB, but come down to it. They can't get off the doji, and you know we're over halfway done now, so they don't have far to go. And that would have been just a stellar mean reversion, wouldn't it? Off of 35, had I just gone short instead of long. Jesus, what I get for going long, you see? Learn the lesson. Yeah. Anyway, pretty darn disappointing. And I don't know about how you feel, but it doesn't really take so much effort and time to vet these setups if you know the basics. What you have to do is you've got to set up your risk management system, whatever it is you're going to do. If it's a scale and all that kind of stuff, or if it's just one contract. And then the important part is you've got to set up that you've got to, code the setup and the criteria and trigger. That's the part that has to be ideal. And then you just apply that over whatever data set you've got, hopefully one of a few years. And the thing takes, 10 minutes, boom. And out comes the statistics. Once you get it in that configuration, and I got as far as having the risk neutral stuff all coded up and all those things, trying to teach myself Python. And then came to the result, then came to the realization, and actually confirmed it with the guy that developed it, these, backtest JP and all this kind of stuff that they have to backtest after you've built the Python thing. Doesn't work with futures because of the point and tick story and the value per tick. It's built for, crypto and all this bullshit, or FX, a lot of them are. where it's pennies and every increment is a small increment of money. So that's where I switched over to Quant Connect, trying to figure that out. And then I've just gotten sidetracked with life, in the meantime, and trying to just think, okay, I'll do. And that's when I started going back and vetting by replay trading a day at a time from the 1st of November last year. And then, when the IB, if it's the IB stat or if it's whatever else, I take the trades, I copy each trade, and then I enter all the data in a Excel journal thing that I had built a long time ago. And that's what I've been doing because I couldn't get anywhere with Quant Connect, and I couldn't even find anybody to pay to help me. But yeah, once you've got the data set, you've pulled in all the futures data back however many years, and you have the first thing you have to have is your setup coded properly. So when, whatever it is, when the IB high is hit, you want to go long, just as a simple thing. Okay, so when the IB is reached from below, then you enter long. And what's your long? Well, that's your risk management. That's your trade management setup, which is one contract and one stop and one target, or whatever it is. After you have those two things, then you just vary and then you can do optimization too, which is what I was really hoping to be able to accomplish. What happens if I have instead of a 12 tick stop and risk neutral scale, what if it's 16? Does that make a substantial difference in the outcome? How many times, and also you can start pulling the stats. How many times do I reach risk neutral scale? How many times do I get to my runner or my profit target in the case of only using two contracts? And that's the meaningful data that I would think that I would want to have to really rely on doing this. And here we go for the bottom end. all the way across value and basically all the way across the range so far at this point. Yeah, and I really appreciate Rod for doing that, and somebody that I think actually does it. Absolutely. I agree with you 100%. That's why I was so excited or encouraged to get in the StatTech thing, be able to help to beta test that thing. Because it's just a few people and led by Rod. So look at this noise all the way to the mid. There we go. Down we go. Headed for the close. Now, do you just throw a short on? So that VPOC migration. Now, the VPOC migration short worked like a champ, right? Every freaking time. Boom, you got short. You got short up here, or you got short up here. And there you are. Even though it wouldn't have met my my risk range requirement or any of that other stuff. And certainly, we were in an up day. So, how do you figure it out? And I'm sure, somebody's had a bunch of structured trades and made a lot of money today. I just wish it was me. They're not far away from that IB. This is where you need, or where other people can start thinking about that statistic that I mentioned in the pre-market or I guess in the IB discussion around 9:10. The probability of taking both out or a neutral day is about 25%. So are you feeling lucky to lean on 25% when they get down here around settlement and don't take this out? to lean on that for a mean reversion back the other way. Because, basically what that says is if you're down here and you take a long at this location, you've got a 70% probability that you're going to mean revert or go back up this other way, and not take out this IB low. Yeah, you too, Antonio. Good luck. Have a good stream. They're over at Tom's house. Yeah, my pleasure. I just wish I was being able to display something positive. Still haven't taken out that overnight volume point of control down there. I didn't even notice that. We still got these levels down here. The previous IB, the overnight volume point of control. Yeah. Interesting. And that would require taking out the IB low, however, which is at 25% probability. So that's conflicting for me. And they're consolidating on that bottom end. When are we going to get to, we're going to get an IB migration here. Toot sweet. Right there. At 19. At 19. We got 231 contracts parked out down there. 250, if you want to believe this. What are these guys doing? Are they going long into that area? There's the 200 contracts came out. VPOC migration should be here momentarily. I'm guessing. Yeah, that's a real puzzle. Are we going to take out that IB low to get after that V overnight volume point of control? And, you know, and a question arises in my brain now, too. What happened? I'm watching for this VPOC shift down. But what would I do? Would I short it towards this IB low and you know, these levels down here? Or am I going to look at that as an outside in? Couldn't be outside in too far because the in is going, or the mean is going to be what shifts. But, you know, that's it. Going to be pretty quick now. We're going to get that shift to Rooney. Any minute. Right back to where we were before. Right back to where we were before. Got to be less than 100 contracts up there. That's amazing. And there we have it. Right back to where we were before. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not taking that, that's for sure. And there's a zipper going on over here. You know, we're just putting in a barcode or a zipper or whatever you want to call it. And of course, it's going to go to a scale at least. So there's a scale. I don't know what to think, really. I'm about to the point of just starting to trade them like I see them now, without worrying about all these weird setups and things. Well, they seem pretty determined to keep this barcode or zipper going, don't they? And this craziness here. I don't know what my targets would be here. We had higher lows and higher highs, and then this happened. We've got this stat, which we've already taken out, and here's our IB low. We got to get past 25% for both to get to this overnight volume point of control and points south. Whether that matters to anybody or not is another question. Did trade that liquidity out. I just don't think that this would be a settlement also. What have we got going on here? We got a 0% change because we're just right here on the on settlement. That's the cutover settlement, right? If we go below there, it's negative. Above there is positive. And this is bucking up against that 25%. So I guess you could lean on that 25%. But with these levels down here, I don't think it's a place to be. And looking on the grand scheme of things, you know, it's if you look on the grand scheme of the day, what did it do? Oh, we opened somewhere around here. We opened, we traded down, we traded up, and we're back down again. VPOC traded up. It's been stepping down now. 1, 2. Back up again. Yeah, never mind. Never mind. Yeah, this is not the idea. This is not the ideal situation. Probably a lot of people want to see this thing end up in a positive with a positive percentage. Another one of these numbers here. And now that profile's starting to change. We're now getting into a B shape, right? If you squint.
Order submitted.
So there's a late, very late entry. I'll be managing this one closely. Well, that's just the end of that. And to the tick, I might add. That's just is really terrible there. That's really terrible over there. my screen snap that I do for the journal, after every trade that I can make comments on. Well, it's been a long time since I took 2 stops in a row. I mean, 2 stops in a day. Been a long time since I took 2 trades in a day. And here we are at my target. Where it's real easy to convince yourself moving your stop's a good idea. And I moved to stop 2 points, I'd still be in this trade and wouldn't have quite have gotten down here to take profit, but but that's That is like drinking poison. You're drinking poison water, quenches your thirst there for a second, but it's going to kill you. There's only one way to move a stop, and that's towards entry. When you're scaled and when you're managing the trade, or if you see that it's clearly not was a mistake, then get your stop up there and eliminate any risk or minimize it anyway. I have no idea which way to hop. Now these are micros. I have 2 stops on the minis. So that's enough of that. The only way to control risk at this point is to drop down to the minis so that I can reduce size, i.e. risk. Rear view mirror is always such a clean perspective, right? Oh, wow. I didn't realize that when you went back and forth. Oh. Well, there was the break even, and here was the first take profit. My stop was here, and had I been 1 point higher, I would have been in the money properly. This was just a terribly late entry right there instead of up here where it should be. But I didn't realize that switching back and forth, maybe it was that error that the orders aren't here. Thank goodness I took screen snaps. Well, that really sucks. I can see that I don't have my micros exporting the lines, which I'll have to do also. And here we are at the power hour. So this screen will have 2 stops. That's pretty disappointing, isn't it? 2 stops of 2 contracts each. So 48 ticks stops worth of stops, 24 each, and it will remain public with that indicating that in the title as usual. That's the way I do it. Not that the day is over yet, but we'll see what happens here. I don't know what to think down here at the bottom like this. This is, I'd say, real sneaky business down here. It'll go one way or another, that's for sure, but which way is that going to be? You would suppose that it would be an IV failure back towards the VPOC, which is kind of the way it's heading now. If you took this right here. And of course, no sooner did I say that than it goes up 3 points. Settlement is down there that low, huh? 58.15. Yep, sure as hell. 58.15 half. Yep. Well, no sooner did I open my mouth that it took off. We had the IB failure and it's trading up. What is it up? It's only up 4 points. But hey, that's a scale. So the publicity hound is talking again. Well, we turned the corner. 30 minutes to the cash close. 2 trades today, both stops. Move down to the micros. I gotta get my lines on here. Well, I'm standing here looking at I didn't even notice this. I was getting ready to enter a short. And, Jesus, timing is everything, huh? Why 35? Well, that's quite a tail on the ES. Wow. Whoop, sorry about that. All the way across that range. That's amazing. Or across the IB anyway.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
Well, that's just a pretty crappy day all the way around right there.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
This micro is just playing with it. Missed that scale by a tick. Isn't that amazing? Missed that by a tick. Well, that's frustrating to come within one tick of that. One tick of that target.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Well, I'll tell you, this has been a shit day from A to Z. Missed the target by one tick. I just pulled these up to break even to get it over with. But that's just incredible. Okay, got to get ready for the school run. And there's my risk neutral scale. And had I, no, it would have been taken out right. Stop would have been taken out right there. And that's pretty disappointing. If I could have done it wrong, I did. All right, I'm going to kill the stream now, and I'll be back at 8 in the morning, I assume. Have a great one. I'm going to lick my wounds and figure out what